The room is dark, but the light is still on. It isn't a light from a lamp or a window, but a light from within, casting flickering shadows against the back of your eyelids. You are lying here physically still, yet your mind is pacing the floor. It is walking through hallways that haven't been built yet, standing in rooms that do not exist. Tomorrow is already here, isn't it? It has crept into your bed, sitting on the edge of the mattress like a heavy, uninvited guest. It arrives in fragments. There is the sharp edge of a meeting you have to attend. There is the cold weight of news you are waiting to receive. There is the unfinished sentence from a conversation that ended too abruptly, and the shadow of a task that feels too large to carry. You are trying to solve it. In the silence, you are working through the logistics of a day that hasn't even begun. You are rehearsing the words you will say so you don't stumble. You are running through the worst case scenarios, checking the exits, building barricades in your mind, as if by imagining the collision, you might soften the impact. You are trying to bridge the gap between tonight and tomorrow with nothing but thought, hoping that if you can just map out every possible turn, you can make the morning safe. It is an exhausting kind of labor, a quiet, private marathon. There is a specific kind of fatigue that comes from this, a heaviness that isn't just in your limbs, but in your very spirit. It is the tiredness of someone who has been on guard for hours, even while lying perfectly still. You feel as though if you truly allow your muscles to uncoil, you might lose your grip on the reins. You feel that if you stop watching, if you stop calculating, the world will find a way to trip you. You believe perhaps that your wakefulness is a form of protection, that your anxiety is actually a form of vigilance, and that your worry is a way of caring. I am not here to tell you to stop. I am not here to give you a list of tasks to quiet the noise, or to tell you that everything will be fine, because I know that right now, the uncertainty feels too vast to ignore. I am not here to lecture you on the beauty of letting go, because when the heart is braced for impact, letting go feels much too much like giving up. I am just here to sit with you in the dark. I am here to acknowledge the weight of the ledger you are carrying. I am here to witness the rehearsal of the words you are practicing in the silence. I am here to hold space for the fear that tomorrow might bring something you are not prepared to face. You don't have to perform peace for me. You don't have to pretend that the mind is quiet. We can just be here in this space between the end of today and the beginning of tomorrow. The night is long and the shadows can feel crowded when you are trying to manage them all alone. But you don't have to solve the morning right now. The morning has its own strength. The sun will rise with its own light, and the day will arrive with its own rhythm, regardless of how much we rehearse it tonight. Let the fragments of tomorrow stay where they are, outside the covers, outside the breath. For these moments We are not in the meeting or the clinic or the kitchen. We are only here in the stillness of this room, where the only task is to exist. You have been working so hard to prepare for a battle that hasn't started. For a little while, let us just rest the armor. Let us let the heavy thoughts sit on the floor beside the bed rather than on your chest. The world will wait for you. Tomorrow is coming, whether you are awake to meet it or asleep. It will arrive in its own time, with its own gravity and its own solutions. Tonight, there is only the rhythm of your breath, the coolness of the pillow, and the slow, steady pulse of the night. You are safe in this pause. Let the rehearsal end for a moment. Let the planning pause. We are simply breathing. We are simply here. Story 1. The monk who could not stop planning tomorrow. The oil lamp had been extinguished for hours, but for Brother Samuel, the light had not truly gone out. It had simply moved. It had migrated from the small, flickering wick on his desk to the back of his eyelids, casting long, dancing shadows across the inside of his mind. In the quiet of the monastery cell, the world was reduced to a few rhythmic sounds. There was the steady hum of the crickets in the tall grass outside the walls, a sound so constant it felt like the breathing of the earth itself. There was the occasional soft creak of the bamboo shutters as they settled against the stone window frame, reacting to the cooling night air. And there was the sound of his own breath, which felt heavy, shallow, and much too loud. Samuel lay on his thin mat, his hands resting near his sides, but his fingers were not still. Even in the dark they moved, twitching against the coarse fabric of his blanket, as if ghosting over invisible surfaces. In his mind, he was back at the heavy wooden desk. He could feel the smooth, cool grain of the dark wood under his palms. He could smell the faint, lingering scent of dried ink and the bitter herbal steam of the tea that had gone cold in his ceramic cup earlier that evening. Before him, the great ledger lay open. The paper was thick and cream-colored, waiting for the scratch of a quill. And beside it, the abacus. He could see the beads so clearly. The dark ebony beads, the lighter sandalwood ones, and the small, polished stones used for marking the margins. In the silence of the room, he could hear the phantom click-clack of those beads sliding along their rods. Slide, click, slide, click. He was stuck in the middle of the third column of the rice inventory. He was staring at a single number, a digit that refused to settle. It was a small number, a tiny fragment of the monastery's seasonal food. But in the theater of his sleeplessness, it felt like a crack in a dam. He ran the calculation again. He always ran it again. If the harvest from the lower valley was even slightly less than estimated, the surplus would vanish. If the surplus vanished, the winter rations would be stretched thin. If the rations were thin, the monks would be hungry. If the monks were hungry, their focus would falter. If their focus faltered, the chanting would lose its resonance, the meditation would lose its depth, and the very peace of the monastery would begin to erode, one hungry, distracted heartbeat at a time. It was a terrifying, cascading logic. He felt as though he were holding up a bridge made of glass. He shifted his weight on the mat, trying to find a position that didn't feel like a confrontation with the ceiling. He tried to focus on the sensation of the floor beneath him, the solid, unmoving earth. But the abacus beads kept sliding. Click, click. He found himself mentally revisiting the delivery notes from the grain merchants. He reread the handwriting in his mind, tracing the loops of the letters, searching for a discrepancy he might have missed in the dim light of the afternoon. He was looking for a mistake, but he was also looking for a way to prevent one. He was attempting to use his memory as a shield, believing that if he could just perfect the record in his head, the physical world would be forced to comply. He imagined the heavy wooden doors of the granary swinging open. He imagined the weight of the rice sacks being hauled inside. He imagined the communal meal, the shared silence, and the simple peace of a community that is fed and secure. And then he imagined the alternative. He imagined the sight of an empty bowl. He imagined the subtle, creeping tension in the abbot's eyes. He imagined the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of scarcity. His heart began to beat a little faster, a small, frantic drum in the hollow of his chest. To stop thinking about the numbers felt like an act of negligence. To fall into a deep sleep felt like a desertion of his post. He felt as though he were a sentry on a wall. And the enemy was not an army, but a mathematical error. He believed that his vigilance was the only thing standing between the monastery and a season of hardship. He reached out in the dark, his hand brushing the edge of his small wooden nightstand. His fingers grazed the ceramic surface of the teacup, now cold and forgotten. He remembered the warmth it had provided an hour ago, a small comfort that had felt easy to accept. Now even that warmth felt like a luxury he couldn't afford while the ledger remained unresolved. He tried to practice the breathing techniques the elders had taught him. Inhale the mountain mist, exhale the heavy stone, but the mist was filled with numbers. The stone was the weight of the responsibility he carried. He looked toward the bamboo shutters. A sliver of moonlight, pale and thin, managed to pierce through a small gap in the slats. It fell across the floor like a silver thread. For a moment, the beauty of it caught him. It was so quiet. It was so indifferent to the rice harvest. The moon did not care about the surplus or the deficit. It simply shone, following its ancient, unhurried orbit. He tried to latch on to that indifference. He tried to tell himself that the numbers were already written, that the harvest had already happened, and that his midnight rehearsals were merely shadows cast by a lamp that had already been blown out. But then a thought flickered, a tiny, sharp doubt. What if the merchant miscounted the weight? What if the dampness in the storehouse has already begun to spoil the grain? And just like that, the beads began to move again. Slide, click, slide, click. He was back at the desk. He was pulling the sandalwood beads across the rod, trying to balance the equation, trying to find the point where the math became a guarantee of safety. He closed his eyes tight, pressing his lids together, as if he could physically squeeze the thoughts out of his brain. He concentrated on the sound of the crickets, trying to drown out the phantom clicking of the abacus. He tried to sink into the mattress, to let the gravity of the room pull him down into the depths of sleep. But the ledger was still open. The paper was still white and waiting. And in the silence of the monastery, Brother Samuel continued his lonely, invisible work, guarding a future that had not yet arrived, trying to solve a problem that lived only in the heavy, restless dark. Story 2. Waiting for bad news in the middle of the night. The rain does not fall in drops tonight. It is a steady, rhythmic pressing against the window pane, a blurred smudge of water that makes the street lights outside look like bruised halos. Inside the apartment, the darkness is thick. It feels less like an absence of light and more like a weight pressing down on the duvet. Nora lies perfectly still, staring up at the ceiling. The expanse of off-white is featureless, but in the dim light, she finds herself tracing tiny, invisible imperfections in the plaster. Her eyes move in small, restless patterns, searching for an anchor so she does not have to look into the corner of the room where the shadows pool. Beside her, the small green light of her phone charger pulses like a slow, mechanical heartbeat. The phone is tethered to the wall, a lifeline she checks even when she knows the screen is dark. It sits there, heavy with the potential of a single vibration, a single ring, or a single word that could change the entire architecture of her life. On the nightstand, near the edge of the lamp's faded glow, lies a crumpled pharmacy receipt from this afternoon. The thermal paper is slightly curled at the edges, the ink fading into a ghostly gray. She can see the list of names, medications, dosages, instructions, printed in that tiny clinical font. Every time her eyes drift toward it, her heart skips. The receipt is a physical remnant of the hospital corridors, the smell of antiseptic, and the polite, hurried way the nurse had handed it to her. It is a fragment of a reality that hasn't fully arrived yet, but is already sitting there on her nightstand waiting. She pulls the blanket higher, tucking it tightly around her shoulders to create a small fabric cocoon. The weave is thick, but it feels insufficient. No matter how much weight she piles on herself, the air in the room feels thin, as if her thoughts are consuming all the oxygen. Her mind is not resting, it is working. It is a tireless, unseen architect, drafting blueprints for a tomorrow that does not yet exist. She begins with the phone call. She rehearses the sound of the ringtone, the sharp digital chirp that will break the silence. She imagines the phone vibrating against the wood of the nightstand, a frantic, buzzing energy. She imagines herself reaching out, her fingers trembling, and sliding the icon to answer. She plays out the first scenario. The voice on the other end is steady, professional, perhaps a little tired. The doctor uses words like stable or inconclusive. Nora practices her response. She rehearses the way she will breathe, the way she will keep her voice from cracking. She prepares a list of questions. What are the next steps? When can we expect the follow-up? Is there a specialist we should consult? She is building a fortress of inquiries, thinking that if she can just map out the entire path, she can prevent the sudden, jagged descent into grief. Then the mind shifts. The architect moves to a different room. She prepares for the second scenario. The voice is different this time, softer, more hesitant. The words are heavier. We found something, the voice might say. We need to discuss the pathology. In this version of tomorrow, Nora is already moving. She is already calling the insurance company. She is already looking up addresses of medical centers. She is mentally navigating the labyrinth of hospital parking garages and waiting rooms. She is rehearsing the way she will sit in the passenger seat of her car, staring at the windshield wipers, trying to find a way to be strong for her mother. She is organizing the logistics of a crisis before the crisis has even announced itself. She finds herself thinking about the small, mundane things that will have to be handled if the news is bad. The way the house will feel different, the way she will have to clean out the medicine cabinet. She is trying to pre-live the hardship, as if by experiencing the ripples of the impact now she can soften the blow when the stone finally hits the water. She reaches out a hand in the dark, touching the edge of the folded blanket at her feet. The fabric is cool. She tries to focus on the texture against her fingertips, but her mind is already leaping forward again. She is back at the hospital, seeing the same faces she saw today, but seeing them through the lens of a future tragedy. The rain intensifies. A sudden gust of wind pushes a branch against the glass. A sharp tap, tap, tap that makes her jump. Her breath hitches. For a second, she is certain the call has come. She stares at the dark phone, waiting for that green light to flash, waiting for the world to break. The silence that follows is even harder to bear than the noise. The silence is where the rehearsal continues. She thinks of her mother's hands, the way they always smell faintly of lavender soap, the way they move with a slow, deliberate grace. She tries to hold that image, to keep it safe. But the thought of the hospital, of the white sheets and the sterile lights, begins to overlay the memory. She is trying to protect the memory by preparing for its loss. It is an exhausting form of vigilance. She believes that if she stays awake, if she stays alert, she can somehow stand guard over the present. She thinks that by solving the problems of next week, she is making today more secure. But the room remains dark. The phone remains silent. The receipt stays curled on the nightstand. The rhythmic sound of the rain begins to settle into her bones. It is a lonely sound, but a constant one. Underneath the sound of the water, she can hear the faint, steady hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, a low vibration that anchors the apartment to the earth. She lets her hand fall away from the blanket and rests it on the mattress. The surface is flat, unmoving. She realizes with a sudden pang of fatigue that her muscles are aching from the tension of holding these imagined futures in place. Her jaw is tight, her shoulders are pulled up toward her ears, and her eyes are burning from the strain of watching the dark. She is exhausted, not from the day's work, but from the work of the night. She has been running a marathon through a landscape of what-ifs, trying to outrun a shadow that is tethered to her own feet. The apartment is still. The charging phone continues its slow, rhythmic pulse of light. The rain continues its steady, indifferent press against the window. There is no news yet. There is only the night and the breathing and the slow, heavy presence of the room around her. Story 3. Rehearsing tomorrow's hard conversation before sleep. The clock on the nightstand does not tick. It only pulses with a low, rhythmic green glow, marking the minutes Daniel cannot use. It is midnight, a heavy, hollow hour where the world feels less like a place of people and more like a vast, empty vessel. In the corner of the room, the yellow fabric of his work jacket hangs over the back of a wooden chair. Even in the dim light, the color is too bright, a sharp reminder of the bus, the route, and the weight of a day that is still hours away. Daniel lies on his back, his breathing shallow. His throat feels dry, a thirst that no amount of water from the bedside glass seems to reach. It is a dryness born not of dehydration, but of the constant, repetitive motion of his mind. He is practicing. He is preparing. He is building a fortress of words, brick by brick, hoping that if he assembles them perfectly, the walls will be strong enough to withstand the meeting tomorrow. On the dresser, his key ring sits in a small porcelain dish. The metal keys catch the weak light filtering through the slats of the window blinds. They look like small silver teeth, cold and unyielding. Every time he closes his eyes, he sees those keys. He sees them being placed on a desk, handed over or left behind. He sees the moment the route is no longer his, the moment the familiar rhythm of his morning stops. The street lamp outside glows through a soft, thin mist, casting long, muted shadows of the blinds across his bed sheets. The light is a pale, sickly yellow, much like the jacket on the chair, It moves slightly as a car passes in the distance, a slow, dragging movement that feels like a finger tracing a line across his skin. "I was only following protocol," he whispers to the empty room, his voice a mere rasp. He begins the rehearsal. This is the first movement of his midnight liturgy. He imagines the supervisor, a man with a face like folded parchment, sitting across from him. He imagines the heavy silence of the office, the smell of stale coffee and toner. He prepares the first sentence, polished and precise. He will not be angry. He will not be defensive. He will be the image of a professional who is simply concerned with the safety of the children on his route. But then a flaw enters the script. A memory of the complaint surfaces, the way the passenger had shouted, the way the air had felt thick with sudden, unearned hostility. His heart begins to thud, a duller, heavier rhythm against his ribs. "The brakes were fine," he says, his eyes snapping open to stare at the ceiling. "The delay was due to the construction on 5th. He pivots, he prepares a rebuttal for the rebuttal. He anticipates the questions about the timing, the suddenness of the stop, the perceived lack of control. He is running through every possible accusation, mapping out the terrain of a conflict that hasn't even begun. He is trying to inhabit the future, to live through the discomfort of the confrontation now, so that when the sun rises, he will already be finished with it. He imagines the moment the decision is made. He sees the subtle shift in the supervisor's eyes, the way a hand might linger on a clipboard. He practices the expression of calm acceptance, even though his stomach is knotting into a tight ball. He tries to imagine a version of himself that is not shaken, not insulted, not losing the very thing that gives his days their structure. The room feels smaller with every imagined argument. The shadows from the blinds seem to tighten around the bed. Like the bars of a key, he is trapped in a loop of his own making, a repetitive motion of mental gymnastics, searching for a loophole in fate. He thinks of the route. He thinks of the early morning mist on the windshield, the specific way the sunlight hits the dashboard at 6 a.m., the familiar weight of the steering wheel beneath his hands. That route is his gravity. It holds him to the earth. To lose it would be to drift, to become untethered from the predictable, the known, the safe. "It wasn't my fault," he mutters, the words tasting like ash. He tries to find a different angle. He moves to the logistics. He mentally reviews the logs, the timestamps, the proof of his diligence. He builds a dossier in his mind, a stack of imaginary evidence to present to an invisible jury. He is a lawyer in a courtroom of shadows, arguing a case where the verdict is already written in his fears. The silence of the apartment is heavy, pressing down on his chest. There is only the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, a distant mechanical drone, and the occasional muffled sound of a radiator clanking in the wall. These sounds are the only things tethering him to the present, but even they feel like they belong to a different world. A world where things are still, where things are not being dismantled by the relentless tide of what if. He shifts his weight, the sheets rustling like dry leaves. His skin feels too tight for his body. He is exhausted, the kind of bone-deep fatigue that comes from a night of continuous silent labor. Yet he cannot stop. The fear tells him that to sleep is to surrender. To sleep is to leave the gates unguarded. If he stops rehearsing, if he stops preparing, the disaster will find him in the gap between his thoughts. He looks at the key ring again. The light has shifted, and now the keys are almost obscured by shadow. He imagines himself standing in the middle of the street, the keys useless in his hand, the bus gone, the route closed. The image is so vivid he can almost feel the sudden jarring emptiness of his hands. He reaches out, his fingers grazing the edge of the cool porcelain dish on the dresser, but he does not pick them up. He cannot. He is caught in the middle of a sentence, in the middle of a defense, in the middle of a struggle that requires him to stay awake, to stay vigilant, to stay ready for the blow. The green glow of the clock changes. 12:45. 1 o'clock. The numbers advance with a cold, indifferent precision. They do not care about his preparations. They do not care about the justice of his cause. They simply march toward the morning. Toward the moment when the rehearsal must end and the reality begins. He lies there, a solitary figure in the dim light, his mind a frantic workshop of contingencies and escapes. He is trying to build a shield out of air, hoping that by the time the sun rises, he will have finally found the words that can make the world stay still. He is waiting for a morning that he has already lived 100 times in the dark. And in his waiting, the night only grows longer, heavier, and more full of the things he cannot prevent. Story 4. Afraid of what morning will bring. The diner was quiet now, but the silence was never truly empty. For Grace, the silence was a heavy, textured thing filled with the low rhythmic hum of the large refrigerator in the corner, a steady, mechanical breathing that seemed to monitor the temperature of the milk and the freshness of the eggs. It was a sound that usually anchored her, a sign that the machines were working and the day's labor had been contained. But tonight, the hum felt like a countdown. She sat at a small formica-topped booth near the window, where the light from the street lamp usually pooled in a pale amber circle. The diner was dark save for the dim glow of the warming lamps over the pie case and the soft, rhythmic blinking of the clock behind the counter. Everything was in its place. The ceramic mugs were stacked in neat porcelain towers. The silverware was rolled tightly into linen napkins. The salt and pepper shakers were aligned perfectly along the edge of the sugar station. To anyone else, the room looked rested. To Grace, The room looked like a battlefield that had been temporarily cleared, waiting for the next wave of morning chaos to crash against the door. Her eyes drifted to the order pads stacked near the register. They were small, spiral-bound notebooks, their edges slightly frayed from months of frantic scribbling. On the top pad, a dark, circular coffee stain had bloomed across the cover, a permanent shadow left by a hurried breakfast rush. She stared at that stain, tracing its jagged perimeter in her mind. It was a small, messy imperfection in an otherwise disciplined room. She found herself wondering if the bank would see the stain or if they would only see the numbers. Would they see the way she meticulously cleaned the grease traps every Tuesday night? Or would they only see the ledger entries that didn't quite reach the height they needed to be? The thought of the bank's decision pulled at her like a physical weight, a slow, dragging sensation in her chest. She had spent the last 4 hours walking through the next morning, a mental rehearsal of a day that had not yet arrived. In her mind, she was already standing behind the counter, waiting for the call that would tell her whether the loan had been extended. She practiced the way she would answer the phone, the steady, professional tone she would use to mask the tremor in her hands. She rehearsed the way she would look at Leo, the young man who worked the morning shift, and how she would explain that perhaps things would have to change. She had built a whole architecture of catastrophe in the darkness of the diner. She had imagined the way the lights might flicker if she had to cut the electricity. She had imagined the way the mop bucket water would look as it sat stagnant in the back room, unused, because there would be no floors to scrub. She had even imagined the precise way she would hang her apron on the hook by the back door for the last time. A small, silver hook, worn smooth by years of her reaching for it. This wakefulness felt like a form of duty. It felt like a shield. There was a deep, ingrained belief in her heart that if she stayed awake, if she anticipated every possible failure, she might somehow prevent it from happening. If she could just think through every contingency, if she could map out every way the morning could go wrong, she would not be caught off guard. She believed that her vigilance was a way of protecting the diner, protecting the life she had built, protecting the very walls of the building that smelled of toasted bread and old wood. She treated her anxiety like a sentry on a wall, a soldier who refused to sleep so that the shop might remain safe. She looked toward the back of the kitchen. The mop bucket sat in the shadows, the water inside still slightly cloudy from her cleaning earlier that evening. The mop itself leaned against the wall, its cotton strands damp and heavy. It was a mundane object, yet in the stillness of the night, it felt like a monument to the labor she was so afraid of losing. She thought about the way the floorboards creaked under the weight of the heavy refrigerator, and how the scent of lemon cleaner always lingered in the cracks of the tiles. Every detail of the diner was etched into her mind, a map of things she cared for. The way the sunlight hit the salt shakers at 7 a.m, the way the bell above the door chimed with a specific bright note when a regular walked in. the way the steam rose from the coffee percolator in a steady white plume. These were the small, beautiful certainties of her life, and tonight they felt incredibly fragile, like glass ornaments hanging by a single fraying thread. She tried to breathe, to let the hum of the refrigerator pull her back into the present, but her mind was already sprinting toward the 8 o'clock phone call. She was already calculating the cost of the repairs needed for the walk-in freezer. She was already rehearsing the conversation with the flower supplier. She was caught in a loop of imagined prevention, a silent struggle to solve a problem that existed only in the future. She stood up, her movements slow and heavy, and walked toward the back door. She reached for the hook where her apron hung. The fabric was thick, a sturdy cotton that had survived countless washes. As her fingers brushed the material, she felt the familiar, lonely ache of being the only one awake to carry this weight. The diner was sleeping, the street was sleeping, the world was drifting into the soft, unthinking peace of the night. But Grace remained, a solitary figure in the dim light, trying to hold the morning at bay with the sheer force of her attention. She stood there for a long moment, staring at the dark window of the back office, waiting for a morning that she was already painfully living. Take a moment to let these images settle into the quiet space around you. Let the heavy inked pages of the rice ledger drift through your mind, alongside the clinical white of a hospital test result. See the amber glow of a bus dashboard and the stained paper order pads of a small diner. Lay them all down on the floor of your thoughts, one by one. There is a peculiar weight to these things when they are held in the dark. In the stillness of the night, these objects do not feel like mere paper or light or plastic. They transform. They become small, fragile vessels held tightly in the palms of our minds. We treat tomorrow like a piece of thin, blown glass, something so delicate that even the slightest tremor of our breathing might shatter it. We lie awake, not out of a desire to be restless, but out of a deep, instinctive need to guard. We hold the ledger, fearing a single error might lead to hardship. We hold the medical report, bracing our hearts against the weight of words we have not yet read. We hold the legal envelope, the bank notice, the looming storm. We treat these fragments of the future as if they are something we can shield from the wind, simply by refusing to close our eyes. It is a heavy, exhausting kind of vigil. In the middle of the night, the line between care and control begins to blur. It becomes difficult to tell where our love for our families ends and our fear of what might happen to them begins. We tell ourselves that this wakefulness is a form of duty. We tell ourselves that if we stay alert, if we rehearse every conversation, if we map out every possible catastrophe, then we are being responsible. We convince our hearts that our vigilance is a form of protection, that by staying awake to watch the future, we are somehow preventing it from hurting us. We mistake the tension in our shoulders for readiness. We mistake the racing of our pulse for a way to outrun grief. We begin to believe that if we can just solve the problem in our minds tonight, the morning will be safer. We act as if the night is a workshop where we can forge a shield, unaware that the very act of forging it is wearing us down to nothing. It is a lonely, silent labor. To the world, you are simply sleeping, or perhaps just lying still in the dark. But internally, you are working a shift that never ends. You are tending to a fire that does not warm you, but only keeps you awake. You are trying to hold 1,000 different tomorrows in your hands, all at once, fearing that if you let even one slip, the world will change in a way you cannot bear. But as you breathe, notice the weight of these objects. Notice how much energy it takes to keep them all suspended in the air. Notice how the hand that holds the ledger, the hand that grips the phone, the hand that prepares for the storm, is the same hand that is now trembling with fatigue. The duty is there. The care is real. The love is deep. But the objects themselves, the papers, the lights, the news, are already moving toward the morning. They are traveling through time toward you, whether you are awake to meet them or not. They do not require your midnight supervision to arrive. They are coming, and they will bring with them whatever they must. The task of the night is not to prepare the ground, but to allow the soil to rest. Story 5. A father overthinking his child's first day at school. The light in the motel room does not come from the sun, but from the heavy orange glow of the sodium lamp in the parking lot. It filters through thin mustard-colored curtains, casting long, bruised shadows across the carpet. It is a light that never truly rests, a constant amber hum that makes the edges of everything look blurred, as if the room itself is waiting for something to happen. Owen lies on the edge of the bed, his weight pressing into the polyester floral bedspread. He is not sleeping. He is sitting in the heavy midnight stillness, listening to the mechanical life of the roadside. There is the low, rhythmic throb of the vending machine in the hallway, a sound so constant it has become part of the room's breathing. There is the occasional distant hiss of a car tire on wet asphalt, far off toward the highway. And there is the sound that keeps him anchored to the present, even as his mind tries desperately to flee into the morning. From the small bed pulled close to his, there is the soft, rhythmic puff of Lily's breath. It is the only sound in the room that feels entirely safe. He watches the slow rise and fall of her small shoulder under the thin cotton sheet. On the small scarred wooden table next to the bed, the motel ice bucket sits, sweating beads of condensation that drip slowly onto the laminate surface. Beside it lies Lily's backpack. It is a bright, jarring thing in this dim, tired room, a nylon pack covered in faded cartoon characters, the zippers small and shiny. He had spent an hour earlier that evening checking those zippers, making sure everything was tucked away. The new notebook, the sharpened pencils, the small box of crayons. He had checked them 3-4 times, as if the strength of the plastic teeth could somehow secure her against the uncertainty of a new school, a new city, and 1,000 strangers. Owen's mind, however, is already several hours ahead. He is already standing in the crowded hallway of the elementary school. He is walking through the morning air, feeling the sharp, unfamiliar chill of a new town. He is rehearsing the way he will introduce her to the teacher, trying to find the exact words to convey that she is a good girl, a quiet girl, a child who needs a little extra gentleness. He is practicing the way he will stand by the classroom door, trying to look confident and settled, even though his heart feels like a fraying rope. He is mentally scanning the playground for the shadows where loneliness might hide. He imagines her standing by the edge of the blacktop, clutching her backpack straps, looking for a face that looks like home. He rehearses the conversation he will have with the other parents. The subtle art of not revealing how much they have struggled to get here, how much this move was a necessity rather than a choice. He is building a fortress of preparation around her, a barricade of foresight, believing that if he can just anticipate every possible moment of her discomfort, he can prevent it from ever touching her. He thinks about the lunchbox. He had packed it with such care, choosing the foods he knew she liked, trying to ensure that even her midday meal would feel like a piece of the life they left behind. But now in the orange gloom of the motel room, he finds himself wondering if the juice box will be too difficult to open, or if the sandwich will look too different from what the other children eat. He imagines the small, stinging moment of realization when she realizes she is different. His eyes drift to the window. The sodium light makes the dust motes dancing in the air look like tiny, suspended sparks of amber. He feels a heavy ache in his chest, not a sadness, but a vigilance. It is a type of love that has become a form of labor. He believes that his wakefulness is a form of protection. He believes that by staying awake, by running through every possible failure of the day ahead, he is somehow standing guard. If he can see the stumble coming, he can catch her. If he can predict the coldness of a classmate's stare, he can warm her up before she even feels the chill. He reaches out, his fingers hovering near the edge of her bed, not wanting to wake her, but needing to be near the source of his purpose. The room feels small, enclosed by the hum of the vending machine and the weight of the unknown. The motel room, with its faded patterns and the smell of stale cleaning fluid, feels like a temporary station in a long, uncertain journey. He finds himself thinking about the school bell. He can almost hear it ringing in his mind, a sharp, metallic punctuation mark that will signal the start of the day he is currently trying to live through. He imagines the transition from the quiet safety of this room to the loud, chaotic energy of a classroom. He rehearses his exit, the way he will nod to the principal, the way he will turn his back to the school and drive away, trying not to look back too long, trying not to let the sight of her small figure in the doorway break him. The heavy orange light shifts slightly as a cloud passes over the moon outside. For a moment, the room plunges into a deeper, more velvet darkness. In that momentary lapse of light, the sounds of the night seem to grow louder. The drip of the ice bucket, the hum of the machine, the small, precious breath of the child. He realizes with a sudden, startling clarity that brings a sting to his eyes that he is exhausted. His limbs feel heavy, as if they are made of the same damp earth as the highway shoulder. His mind is a map of a territory that does not yet exist, a landscape of what-ifs and how to handle it. He has been trying to build a bridge to tomorrow, stone by stone, all through the night, but the bridge is made of shadows. No matter how much he plans, the morning will arrive with its own weather, its own people, and its own unpredictable currents. He looks back at the backpack, the cartoon characters staring up at him from the dark. He sees the zippers he checked so many times. He realizes that the backpack will hold her things, but it cannot hold her spirit against the world. Only the world itself can do that. He takes a slow, shaky breath, the air tasting of the dry, recycled heat of the motel. He allows himself to simply notice the weight of his own body on the mattress. He notices the texture of the polyester spread beneath his palms. He notices the steady, unhurried rhythm of Lily's breathing, which remains unchanged by his mental rehearsals. The orange light remains, steady and unblinking, but he stops trying to use it to see into the future. He lets his gaze settle on the small, dark space between the two beds. He begins to let the heavy, rhythmic hum of the vending machine become a lullaby rather than a countdown. He does not stop caring. He does not stop wanting the best for her, but he begins to let the muscles in his jaw loosen. He begins to allow the much-needed weight of the night to press down on him instead of the weight of the morning. He stays in the room, in the amber glow, in the present, leaving the school, the hallway, and the playground to arrive in their own time. Story 6. The night before the custody hearing. The apartment was quiet, in the way a courthouse is quiet after everyone has gone home, as if the walls still remembered footsteps and arguments long after the voices had emptied out. Rachel lay awake beneath a thin summer sheet, staring at the pale rectangle of ceiling above her bed, while the hallway nightlight spilled a weak amber glow beneath the half-closed door. On the dresser sat her courthouse badge, turned face down beside a folded visitation calendar. The badge clip caught the light every so often, a small silver flash that looked almost like an eye opening and closing. Her cleaning cart was not here, but she could feel it in her hands anyway. The rubber grip of the handle, the slight drag of one wheel that always pulled left, the quiet rattle of spray bottles and paper towels in the metal frame. Even now, lying still, her fingers remembered work. The scent of lemon disinfectant had not left her skin. It lived in the creases of her knuckles and the base of her thumbs. The stubborn, clean smell of someone who spends her nights wiping away the traces of other people's urgency. In the courthouse, that smell usually soothed her. It meant a room had been restored. It meant the coffee rings were gone from council tables. The fingerprints were gone from the glass doors. The day had ended and some order had been returned. But tonight, no amount of cleaning could make tomorrow orderly. The hearing was in the morning. Not one of the loud criminal cases she passed outside courtroom doors at work, but the quieter kind of proceeding that could still split a life open. A judge would look at schedules, forms, school records, income, housing, and decide how often her son, Ben, would be with her and how often he would be somewhere else. Rachel had read and reread the papers until the language no longer felt like language. It had become weather. It had become pressure in the chest. She turned onto her side and looked toward the folded calendar again. In the dark, its creases looked like little roads. She had drawn boxes around weekends, circled school holidays, counted overnight stays, penciled possibilities, crossed them out, then penciled them again. Her mind kept moving through those squares as if one more pass would reveal a hidden path to safety. She was not just anticipating tomorrow, she was trying to scrub it in advance, to rub away the stain before it touched the fabric of her life. She pictured herself in the courtroom with painful precision, the stiff chair, the dry air, the sound of a file being opened, the way she would keep her hands folded so they would not show how badly they wanted to shake. She rehearsed the answers to questions nobody had asked yet. Yes, Your Honor. He has his own corner by the window. Yes, I can bring the attendance records. Yes, I have always made sure he gets to school on time. Yes, I know how he likes his oatmeal, his socks rolled, the lamp left on low if thunder starts. In her mind, she kept gathering proof, not of legal fitness, but of ordinary love. The things that never look dramatic on paper. The dinosaur bandages in the kitchen drawer, the extra blanket at the foot of his bed, the habit of cutting his apples thin because he lost a baby tooth late and still bites carefully on one side. She kept collecting these details in the dark, as if the weight of them might tip the scale. Beyond the bedroom wall, Ben was asleep. She could not hear his breathing from here, but she felt his nearness, the way people feel rain before it reaches the roof. It was that closeness, that simple fact of him existing in the next room, that made her mind work so mercilessly. A frightened part of her believed that if she stayed awake long enough, if she rehearsed every answer and braced for every version of the morning, she might spare him confusion, disappointment, or distance. She was trying to make vigilance do the work of mercy. A car passed outside. Light moved briefly across the ceiling, then was gone. Rachel sat up and pressed her feet to the floor. The old boards were cool. She looked at her hands in the dimness. They were small, strong hands with dry skin across the knuckles, hands that had wrung out cloths and polished rails and emptied office bins long after everyone else had stopped thinking about the building. These hands knew how to clean what could be reached. They knew how to lift what was heavy. They knew how to restore a room to usefulness, but they did not know how to hold tomorrow still. She stood and walked softly to the dresser. Her fingertips touched the folded visitation calendar, then the edge of her badge. The paper did not change beneath her hand. The metal clip did not warm. Nothing yielded to her worry. The hearing remained what it was, not yet here, not yet survivable, but not yet fatal either. She stayed there for a long moment, breathing in the faint lemon scent that followed her everywhere. Then she remembered the courthouse hallways. After midnight, when the floors she had mopped reflected the overhead lights in long, still bands. The building was never truly kind, but at that hour, it was at least honest. Empty chairs were just empty chairs. Closed doors were just closed doors. For a few brief hours, no one was arguing their way toward an outcome. She let that image come closer. A polished hallway, a quiet bench, a room not yet opened. The fear did not disappear. It remained in her, taut and exhausted, but something in her grip loosened. She could feel how tired she was now. Not just in her eyelids, but in the muscles of her jaw, in the ache between her shoulders, in the deep place under the ribs, where people store the effort of pretending they can manage the uncontrollable. Rachel returned to bed and lay down again. The nightlight still burned under the door. The folded calendar still waited on the dresser. Tomorrow had not changed, but for the first time in hours, she allowed the possibility that she did not have to clean the whole morning before dawn. She could let some part of it remain untouched until it arrived. She placed one hand over her chest and one over the sheet beside her, as if proving to herself where she actually was. Not in the courtroom, not at the counsel table, not inside the judge's silence, only here in this room, while her son slept and the dark held the shape of the furniture and the world for one more hour, asked nothing of her at all. Story 7. Waiting for the Coast Guard. Call in the dark. The fog had come in early and stayed too long. Even now, hours after midnight, it pressed against the windows of Martin's small harbor apartment, so thickly that the blinking channel markers outside looked less like lights on water and more like thoughts trying and failing to form. He lay awake on the sofa instead of the bed, still wearing his salt-dried jacket over a t-shirt gone cool with night air, because some part of him believed that changing clothes would mean surrendering to sleep, and sleep would mean missing the call. On the coffee table sat the handheld radio, silent for now, its antenna angled toward the ceiling like a question. Beside it lay a folded weather bulletin with red circles around the phrases he had read too many times already. Low visibility, shifting current, advisory extended through dawn. The tide clock on the wall moved with its own private certainty, the small hand nudging toward high water, as if the sea were simply following an old appointment. His son, Noah, had gone out that afternoon on a friend's small fishing boat. Nothing dramatic, nothing reckless by local standards. Boys from the harbor had grown up reading tide charts the way other children read bus schedules. They knew the coves, the shoals, the moods of the inlet. But dusk had passed, then full dark. Then the hour when the marina usually settled into the clank of idle ropes and the low complaint of bumping hulls. And still there had been no engine sound returning, no shape cutting through the fog. No knock on the door, no voice saying it was all fine after all. Martin had called the numbers he could call. He had stood on the dock with his collar damp from mist, squinting into a white wall that gave nothing back. By midnight, the official language had begun, careful and measured. They are checking. They are tracking. They have not confirmed anything yet. It was not bad news. It was worse than bad news in a different way. It was open space, and his mind hated open space. Now in the apartment, he kept trying to fill it. He knew the harbor too well. That was part of the trouble. He could imagine every route the boys might have taken, every place the current might have nudged the boat farther than intended, every stretch of rocky edge where fog could distort distance and turn familiarity into error. He walked those possibilities in his mind again and again. If they lost the buoy line by 6 degrees, if the motor coughed near the outer markers, if they tried to cut across the shoal to save time, if they anchored and the rope dragged, if the radio battery gave up, if, each possibility felt less like imagination and more like responsibility. He was a harbor radio operator. His whole adult life had taught him to listen for distress, buried beneath static, to track weather changes before casual eyes noticed them, to respect the sea's refusal to be hurried or reasoned with. He had spent years believing that attention saves lives. Often it had. But tonight, his skill had nowhere to go. There was no signal to decode, no coordinates to verify, no vessel returning his call. Only waiting. That helplessness made his mind cruelly industrious. He rehearsed the call from the Coast Guard before it came. He heard the professional calm in the imagined voice. He saw himself answering too quickly, standing before the words were even complete. He pictured the exact way he would brace one hand against the table. He imagined every version. We located them, drifting but safe. We found the boat empty. We need you to come down here. We are still searching. His heart ran each script as if exposure might make impact lighter. It never did. From the open window above the sink came the layered sounds of the harbor at night. A halyard tapping a mast somewhere in the marina, water slapping wood pilings in a patient rhythm, the lonely groan of a buoy turning in the dark. These sounds had once belonged to ordinary life. Tonight they felt like a language from which one crucial word had been removed. He remembered Noah as a little boy standing in the bait shop doorway, with a paper cup of cocoa cooling too fast between his hands, asking why boats looked lonely when they were tied up at night. Martin had laughed then and told him boats were not lonely, only waiting. He had said it with the easy authority fathers borrow when a child is still small enough to accept an answer as shelter. Now the memory returned with a painful softness. Waiting had seemed simple when it belonged to boats. It was human waiting that split the body open. Martin leaned forward, elbows on knees, and looked at the radio again. Its dark screen reflected the room in miniature, warping the lamp, the chair, the outline of his own face. He thought of Noah at 8 years old in oversized rain boots, insisting on learning knots with his small, cold fingers. He thought of the first time the boy handled a line without being told twice. He thought of all the ways love tricks itself into believing that vigilance can become a barrier around another person's life. Then another memory rose, quieter than the first. Noah at 14 pretending not to be afraid during a rough weather drill, jaw set too hard, trying to prove that competence could arrive before experience. Martin had shown him how to hold the radio properly, how to listen past static, how to repeat coordinates without swallowing the numbers. He had wanted to give the boy a way to stay safe in a world made of shifting surfaces. He had not meant to pass down the older lesson too, the hidden one, the one that says danger can be defeated if you never stop scanning for it. He had been staying awake for hours, as if wakefulness itself were a rope he could throw across the water. At some point he rose and stood by the curtain beyond the glass. The fog had swallowed almost everything but the nearest harbor light. It blinked, disappeared, blinked again. He stared at that pulse until his eyes watered. There was something unbearable about how the light kept working without asking whether he could bear it. He noticed then how tired his body had become. His lower back ached, his jaw hurt from clenching. One foot had gone numb where it tucked beneath the other on the sofa. He was no stronger for having imagined disaster in 12 different forms. He was only more hollow. The radio remained silent. The tide clock moved. The fog did what fog does, neither cruel nor kind. Martin let the curtain fall back into place. He returned to the sofa and sat down slowly, then finally leaned his head against the cushion. He did not stop loving his son. He did not stop waiting. But he could feel, if only for a moment, the futility of trying to escort the search with thought alone. The harbor was already holding whatever it was holding. The men on the water were already doing what could be done. His mind could not row one boat farther through the fog. He looked once more at the weather bulletin, at the circles his own pen had drawn around the advisory lines. They looked childish to him now, like charms drawn against a force too large to answer them. He folded the paper in half and set it beneath the radio. Then he listened, not for catastrophe, but simply to listen, to the water, to the buoy, to his own breath, unsteady but real. The night did not become easier, yet its edges softened slightly when he stopped trying to outthink the sea. He sat there in the fog-muted dark, waiting for whatever morning would bring, and let the one visible harbor light blink on without requiring him to hold it there. Story 8. The Orchard Keeper Who Could Not Control the Frost. Before dawn, the orchard always looked like a thought the earth had not fully spoken yet. Tonight, the rows of young apple trees on the monastery hillside were silvered by moonlight, each slender branch pale against the dark slope, each new leaf so delicate that Brother Ansel could not look at them without feeling the ache of responsibility. He lay awake in his narrow room above the tool shed, listening for the cold. There are nights when frost seems to arrive with drama, with wind and warnings and sudden changes in the sky. This was not one of them. The air had gone still after sunset and remained still, which worried him more. Stillness could be beautiful in prayer. In an orchard, it could also mean danger. Cold air settled low and quietly. It slipped downward between the rows, pooled in the hollow, and waited. By sunrise, it could blacken the tenderest growth without ever once announcing itself. At the foot of his bed, the pruning shears rested on a stool, beside a spool of waxed grafting twine. By the door, frost cloths were stacked in careful folds, ready in case the temperature dropped faster than expected. Empty apple crates leaned against the wall, carrying that dry, faintly sweet smell of old harvests. These things usually comforted him. Tools, cloth, twine, crates. They belonged to work that could be done with the hands. But tonight his hands had finished all they could do. He had checked the lower rows before dark. He had covered the youngest saplings. He had walked the slope with a lantern and tested the air in the hollow with his palm. He had spoken with the younger monks about what to uncover and what to leave. He had done everything a careful keeper could do. Yet now, lying under a wool blanket, he felt no peace. His mind kept returning to the orchard, as if one more round of thinking might keep the cold from settling. He pictured the new grafts first. Thin, vulnerable joins bound with waxed twine, so small they seemed almost embarrassed by their own hope. He imagined the white edge of frost forming on their bark. He imagined dawn revealing leaves gone glassy, darkened, undone. Then his mind leapt to the lower field. Had he set the cloth tightly enough at the western edge? Would the low stone wall hold any warmth? Should he have asked Brother Paul to bring the extra covering from the storage loft? Could he still go now with a lantern and do one more check, one more pass, one more act of faithful interference? The questions came in rows, like the trees themselves. Ansel had spent 40 years caring for living things that could not be hurried. He knew the rhythm of pruning, the patience of root growth, the humility of weather. He knew that a tree does not bear because a man worries at it. And still, each spring, when the buds were young and the nights uncertain, something old and stubborn woke in him. It whispered that vigilance might become protection. If only it were intense enough. It told him that a sleepless keeper was a better keeper, that love proved itself through tension. He turned on his side and watched the frost cloth by the door. Folded in moonlight, it looked almost like linen laid out for a body. The thought startled him with its severity. He closed his eyes, but that only made the orchard clearer. Moon white rose, the slope falling away toward the lower field, the tender grafts, the silence before first bird song. He could almost feel the cold collecting there beyond the walls, impersonal and exact. A memory returned to him then, not from this year, but from many years ago when he was still strong enough to run the hill in darkness without feeling his knees complain. There had been another frost warning. He had risen 3 times that night, lantern in hand, checking cloths, touching bark, pacing the rows as if motion itself might warm the trees. He had greeted sunrise exhausted, certain he had fought for the orchard with proper devotion. Yet the outer row had still browned, not because he failed to care, but because weather had its own obedience. That truth had not become easier just because it had become familiar. He remembered, too, an older monk who had once taught him grafting in the first years after his vows. The man had worked slowly, with a patience that embarrassed younger hands. When Ansel worried aloud over a weak sapling, the elder had only smiled and wrapped the join with waxed twine. "We tend," he had said. "We do not command." At the time, Ansel had nodded as though he understood. But understanding in the mind and surrender in the body are not the same thing. It had taken him decades to see how often he still tried to command what he claimed merely to tend. He sat up in bed and placed his feet on the floorboards. The room was cold enough that the boards felt almost damp. For a moment he considered pulling on his boots and going back outside. He imagined the crunch of gravel, the beam of the lantern moving between rows, the brief relief of being busy. But he also knew what waited at the end of that small relief. The same uncertainty, the same helpless reach toward morning. He looked at his hands resting on his knees. They were broad, weathered hands, lined with cuts and faint crescents of old dirt that no washing ever fully erased. These hands knew how to prune dead wood, how to tie a branch, how to lift a crate, how to cover what could be covered. They knew stewardship, but they did not know how to command the air. He exhaled slowly. Outside, somewhere lower on the hillside, a dog barked once and stopped. Then all was quiet again. The orchard remained where it was, receiving whatever night would give it. Ansel rose only long enough to touch the top blanket on the stack of frost cloths by the door. The fabric was cool, thick, practical. Ready. That word came to him with surprising gentleness. Ready did not mean omnipotent. Ready did not mean guaranteed. It only meant he had done what could be done before surrender became the final form of care. He returned to bed. The room still held the faint smell of apple wood, wax, and cold iron. His worry did not vanish. It loosened instead, a notch at a time. He let his mind picture the orchard once more, but now without forcing it toward an outcome. Just the rows, just the slope, just the white quiet, lying between one day and the next. If dawn brought damage, he would meet it with hands that knew repair. If dawn spared the tender growth, he would give thanks. But dawn itself could not be forced open by fear. Brother Ansel pulled the blanket higher and listened to the stillness without trying to read it like a warning. Beneath the hill, beneath the roots, beneath the cold, waiting air, the earth remained steady in its darkness. At last he allowed that steadiness to hold him too. The frost might come, morning would come. His part, for now, was simply to stop standing guard over what only the weather could decide. The night has become a heavy collection of things we are trying to hold. We carry the flickering orange light of the motel parking lot, where a father stays awake to shield a child from a future loneliness. We carry the folded visitation calendar and the lemon-clean hands of a mother trying to scrub tomorrow into something survivable. We carry the silent handheld radio beside a weather bulletin where a father waits for the Coast Guard call and believes his vigilance might reach farther than the harbor lights. We carry the pruning shears, the waxed grafting twine, and the stacked frost cloths of an orchard keeper who has spent a lifetime confusing faithful care with control. It is an exhausting weight. All these objects, all these moments of vigilance are being gathered into the small, dark space of your mind. You are attempting to build a fortress out of your thoughts, using the bricks of rehearsal and the mortar of precaution. You are trying to construct a version of tomorrow that is sturdy enough to withstand the wind. A version so thoroughly planned and so carefully predicted that nothing can ever break your heart again. There is a deep, quiet tenderness in this struggle. If we look closely at the tired eyes of the bookkeeper or the jaw of the mother tightening in the dark before court, or the wide-eyed stare of the parent in the motel room, we see that this is not merely anxiety. This is a form of devotion. It is a quiet, misguided form of love. The mind acts as a sentry because it believes that by staying awake, by anticipating the blow, or by rehearsing the worst, it is somehow protecting what is precious. We treat tomorrow like a fragile glass ornament, something so delicate that if we stop watching it for even a single hour, we fear it will shatter. We have begun to mistake vigilance for care. We have started to believe that if we can just solve the problem before it arrives, or outrun disaster by thinking about it tonight, we are fulfilling our duty. We treat our restlessness as a form of service to our families, our work, and our loved ones. We tell ourselves that sleep is a luxury we cannot afford, a lapse in judgment that would leave us vulnerable to the unexpected. But the night is not a training ground. The night is not a rehearsal hall. As we sit here with these heavy objects, the calendar, the radio, the twine, the light, let us look at them without the need to fix them. Notice how the radio waits without speaking. Notice how the folded paper rests without argument. Notice how the grafting twine holds what it can hold, then stops. Notice how even the harbor light does not strain to shine farther than its own beam. There is a truth waiting in the stillness, a quiet reality that exists even when we are not watching it. The sun will rise whether we have planned for it or not. The court will open whether we have rehearsed our response or not. The news will arrive whether we have prepared our hearts or not. The morning is coming, but it does not need your permission to begin. It does not require your constant nocturnal surveillance to be what it is. Much of the suffering here comes from timing, not only from what may happen, but from the mind's insistence on living it too early. We do not merely fear tomorrow, we drag it into tonight and ask the body to survive it in advance. We stand inside imagined verdicts, imagined phone calls, imagined losses, imagined weather, until the dark itself begins to feel overcrowded. No wonder the heart grows tired. It has been asked to carry 2 days at once, and the body always tells the truth about this. Even when the mind keeps arguing, it tells the truth in the aching neck, the dry mouth, the hand that keeps tightening around nothing, the heartbeat that answers imagined danger as though it were already at the door. We call this preparation, but often it is only early suffering wearing the clothes of responsibility. There is a different way to meet the day. It is a way that does not require you to arrive at tomorrow before the sun has even risen. It is a way of allowing the dawn to find you, rather than you hunting it down in the dark. When we stop trying to arrive at tomorrow first, we find we have more strength to meet it when it actually stands before us. We find that the strength we thought we were gaining through worry was actually being drained by it. Let the object settle. Let the motel light dim. Let the visitation calendar stay folded. Let the harbor light blink on without you. Let the frost cloth remain stacked by the door. You have done enough work for one day. The heavy lifting of the future can wait for the light. For now, there's only this breath, this bed, and the slow, steady rhythm of a night that is allowed to simply be. The room is quiet again. Perhaps there is still a little light from the street slipping past the curtain, or the faint shape of the dresser waiting in the dark, or the soft, ordinary weight of the blanket across your chest. Nothing dramatic is happening here. No judge is speaking, no phone is ringing, no harbor radio is breaking open with news. No frost has yet touched the leaves on the hill, and yet the mind still tries to arrive there first. It goes ahead of you into the courtroom. It reaches for the phone before it has lit the room. It stands on the dock, staring into fog. It walks the orchard rows before dawn, searching each branch for damage that has not yet appeared. It believes this is duty. It believes this is love. It believes that if it can only get there early enough, think hard enough, rehearse long enough, then tomorrow will arrive already softened. That is such a weary form of devotion. You can feel it in the body, in the jaw that does not unclench, in the shoulders that keep a secret watch, in the breath that hesitates, as though even breathing deeply might count as letting your guard down. A part of you has been working all night as if wakefulness itself were a tool, a shield, a lantern, a rope, a set of careful hands that could keep the future from falling. But look more gently now. Your hands are empty. They are not gripping the ledger bead, the folded calendar, the silent radio, or the pruning shears. They are only hands resting in the dark. The same dark your body was made to rest inside. The same night that has carried countless living things through uncertain hours without asking them to solve the morning first. Tomorrow is still coming, yes. The court will open. The news will arrive, or it will not. The child will wake. The sea will give back what it gives back. The orchard will meet the dawn, as orchards always do, leaf by leaf, branch by branch, under whatever weather has chosen. But none of that is asking to be managed from this bed in this hour. You do not need to escort tomorrow here by force. If it helps, imagine setting things down one by one. Set down the ledger and let the numbers sleep on the page. Set down the visitation calendar and let the fold remain closed until daylight. Set down the weather bulletin and let the harbor light blink on by itself. Set down the frost cloth and let the hillside keep its silence until dawn. not forever, just for tonight. This is not neglect. This is not giving up. This is the quieter courage of allowing the unfinished to remain unfinished for a few more hours. It is the wisdom of knowing that love does not become truer simply because it exhausts itself. Care can remain in the heart without turning the whole body into a guard post. So let your face soften now. Let the tongue rest. Let the muscles around the eyes unclench. Feel the mattress under you steady and unquestioning. Feel the blanket, the pillow, the slow rise and fall that has continued beneath every fear. Your breath does not need a strategy. It only needs room. The future is too large to be carried through one night of wakefulness. Let it remain large. Let it remain partly hidden. Let morning bring its own shape when morning comes. For now, there is only this room, this bed, this breath. And if thoughts still drift in, do not treat them as commands. Let them pass like distant lights seen through fog, or like wind moving lightly across an orchard you cannot tend by moonlight. Let them pass like a page in a ledger left open until morning, or like a folded calendar resting on wood, asking for nothing in this hour but to remain folded. They may come, they may go. You do not have to follow each one into its imagined tomorrow. You have done enough for one day. Let the work be still. Let the dark be gentle. Let the night hold what you cannot. The ledger can wait in its column of numbers. The folded calendar can wait in its quiet square of paper. The radio can wait beside the weather bulletin. The orchard can wait beneath its pale, unanswering sky. And when sleep comes, even if it comes slowly, let it find you with empty hands. Good night.
you.